Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again, shall we? File that under a big old question mark. Let's try that again. Catastros, J-Post, feck you ghosts. What, ho friends? Fuck. We're not. Okay. Let's keep an eye on things. There's some wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff going on right about now.
Correct buttons.
Let's not go that far. But I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Greetings, Normand. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Ah. Today is going to be a challenging day. Oh yes, and Kimball, we are hitting the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe today. I waited as long as I could. Sorry, okay. Apologies, friends. I was playing whack-a-mole with some technical problems there. And even my faux fur is taking a nosedive. So to Clank, to Kimball, J-Post, Catros, Lizzie, Stammering Gamer, what ho, friends! Reaching for the wrong bloody cup. How are you all doing, friends? Tell me your tales! I'm just Hawkeye watching stuff. I've been up since very early o'clock, and let me tell you, it hurts.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Stanley clicked the resubscription button. He swore it was only yesterday he pressed this button, but it wasn't. And if he sat down and thought about it, he was pressing this button for 3.5 years. It was all he could do not to scream.
Well, Almus, whilst you have a Stanley-like unraveling of the mind, I thank you for 42 months. Yeah, I hope you got yourself a good cuppa. Because, yeah, we're going into the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe today. The sheer number of games coming out this week is fecking ridiculous. And I know it's weird to have, out of all of them, to have chosen this. But I had to be awake very early this morning. Which is not terrible, but...
Actually, Your Majesty, you just sucked us through 26 dimensions of space and time, and
I'm sorry, and J-Post, thank you for the 100 bits. I may be a little discombobulated, so please do bear with me, friendos. But I'm very happy to see you all. And while I can't talk about what was going on this morning, it was good stuff. So, whee! And Deborah, what ho, friend? Catastros is continuing to chip away at the Neo 2 run. Nice. Stammering's been on Hard Space Shipbreaker, which I believe is now fully out of early access, with the full story included, which I am thoroughly looking forward to. Like, that's going to be my little happy game. I don't know if it's necessarily the best game to watch people play, but, like, honestly, friends, turn off the time limit, just play it as you will, and have a feckin' good time.
Brian,
We did get a new Thor trailer last night, which was fucking cool. We also got stuff for a new season of The Boys, and there's one other trailer that I was like, I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, I think Chainsaw Man's got a ever so slightly new trailer. Right here. Good morning, Watto friend. Hello. So stammering, that's an interesting concept. Sorry, stammering was saying that hard space shipbreakers needs multiplayer where a group of players can take apart massive ships. And while I'm not necessarily against it, I wonder if it would make it too happy. Like, okay, friends, if you haven't played like hard space shipbreakers, it is a brutal commentary on, you know, late stage capitalism. It pulls no punches. And I'm okay with that. But one of the big plot points in it is the back and forth between like the all-powerful corporation and individuals attempting to unionize, which is very topical in video games at the moment, and stepping forward. It's a fascinating game, and I wonder if playing it with friends would detract from that whole, you know, you're doing dangerous work, but you're isolated. Like, all you have is your little cabinet and occasionally talking to friends on the radio, but like, there isn't like a cool kids hangout that you spend all your time at. This isn't like Deep Space Nine. You know what I mean?
Online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Well met.
And to you, friend, and to you. Not just for that, but also, how many months is that? Jesus, 43. I know it's an asinine thing to say the number keeps going up, but it doesn't stop being surreal.
So hot beside him. Damn. Then I heard a voice in my mind. 'Twas the princess, she said.
Sorry, again, friends, please forgive me if I'm a little bit drifty potato. Just because I had stuff going on this morning, which was very good. Had a fucking cool meeting. But it's that kind of like shifting of gears.
William drank his coffee, hoping the sharks would stay behind the barricaded door.
This is a shark-free day. I did my time. Saturday just destroyed me. Not in necessarily a bad way, but I don't think I've recovered yet. And then I accidentally forgot to eat on Sunday and drank, so... So yesterday was not fun. Did I deserve that hangover? Quite possibly. Okay. Alright, friends, again, forgive me for being multi-track Drifty Potato. Everything happens so much! Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Sadly, I can't talk about the stuff that was going on today, but just know it were good.
I would like to bring a couple of things to everyone's attention. 1. You just lost the game.
Oh, feck
2.
off,
Will's
criminal.
t-shirt confirms it is in fact a cult.
Okay, it's not a cult. This is just a plain black t-shirt. I don't know what you're going on about. But also, feck you. Feck you running. I went... for those of you who don't know, when losing the game, there is a cooldown period. So, for at least the next few minutes, everyone's safe. I used to be in a contest with a friend about this, which was basically just psychological warfare. And the problem was, we tagged each other on the Book of Face, which has, like, that whole, you know, memories feature. Here's things that happened 20,000 years ago.
Longship cult. Will is not only the leader, he is also a client, member.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Criminals. It's not a cult. Okay, but joking aside, Bacon, stammering, favor 6. Whoever's behind the spooky ghost this morning, all of you, thank you for throwing bits in. Keeps this whole thing going. Even if I do tell you to fuck up sometimes. But yes, friends, a train has been unleashed.
For ATF and FBI reasons, it's not a cult.
River! Are you kidding me? Everything happens so much. River defending the house. River, it's okay.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Everything's all happening at once.
All systems nominal.
What? How I am clearly not fucking off.
Apparently so, Wolfcrad. You can leave anytime. You're not trapped in here with me. I'm trapped in here with you. Wait, hang on. I think it's the other way around.
River defending the house train.
Abso-feckin-lutely. That's apparently what we're going for today. But no. Bacon, Kindball, thank you kindly, and Wolfcrad for 19 months. Thank you. Maybe I'll put some chill jams on just to offset River's power walk.
I would.
Kyball, thank you, friend. Okay, so how are you all doing? As I said, I've got a little bit of a tonal whiplash because I've been a professional all morning, if you can believe it. And yeah, this morning was real good. I know I can't talk about it, but it did mean getting up at painfully early o'clock, and I am definitely struggling to switch gears now. So I'm really hoping that our Stanley can do the heavy lifting today. You know what I mean? Games industry news has been interesting. I believe we have our first recognized US union, which I believe is the QA squad from Raven Software. So that's been a lovely little, like, woo, to take into the weekend. Trying to find the proper article on it, because I want to make sure the wording's correct. Like, it's not a everything has now been solved and the world is fixed, but it's a good start. Yeah, so Raven Software QA Group becomes the first US major video game union, which is very good. For those of you who don't know, there's been a big movement in the games industry to unionize in a lot of different places, which is so much more complex than simply going, we should do the thing, and then doing it. And I think the reason why there's a large proportion of focus on that one is that, Raven Software were going to be zeroed down, as is pretty standard for companies like that. Only they managed to fight back. They managed to pull together. And it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see. Sorry, Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Moose, yay, puppy train. I mean, if the puppies of aforementioned puppy train could be slightly less loud, that would be great. So that was the big good news over the last couple of days. Everything else has been kind of chill. A few games have moved. A few things have bounced around. Currently, there's a lot of back and forth about the viability of Game Pass specifically, which I find very, very interesting. Sorry, and the reason I find it interesting is because, at least from the interactions I've had with studios that are on Game Pass or have used it as a service. Wolfgang, thank you. Yeah, the teams that have been involved or have used Game Pass have had nothing but good things to say. However, with PlayStation Plus, there was a very scathing article that dropped about how the latest Oddworld game of the Abe's Odyssey series basically tanked because of the sheer number of people who redeemed the game for free via PlayStation Plus's setup. And so now as PlayStation's moving into the potential of having a competitor product, I guess that's becoming like a fresh little battleground. Apparently a bunch of people are arguing over who's going to buy EA. That could happen. And we had a train. We had a teeny tiny train. So seriously, thank you all. And thank you for bearing with me while I get back up to speed. Oh, Stammering, are you going to be buying EA? I mean, that's not a bad shout. God, I mean, they're sitting on enough properties. God. EA's failure to leverage its back cat is always amusing. But then they make money off of... They make money in very different ways to everyone else. Chrono, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Coming in. Oh, you got it for 25p in the left, Twix. Nice. Lizzie's saying it's easier to buy a game company than a house. Okie dokie lokies. And Fearless, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, it's... I don't think the EA acquisition is going to change too much. And I know... Like, friends, I want to say that we'll see some, like, big, good changes in that space. I mean, we might get lucky, and a large corporation that understands how best to utilize a company with a lot of IP might start trying to leverage things like that. Like, as much as the homogenization of video games and entertainment is a scary premise, and I'm not saying that I am happy that it is going on, but, you know, from a consumer standpoint, it is entirely possible that we'll see good things come of it. I mean, I want to hate on the MCU sometimes just because the sheer amount that is put forth, that just the overwhelming amount of superhero-based properties that we're seeing. But then I kind of reluctantly go and see the new thing and am constantly impressed. And I do harken back to what superhero movies used to be like. I mean, I'd say pre-Spider-Man superhero movies were pretty consistently terrible. And then we got Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, and that was better. And we got that X-Men movie where everyone, hey! What ho, friend? Hello, hello! How feckin' goes it? Just wait for Aperios and Squad to come on in. Aperios was just talking about EA no one wants to buy. Well, then come on in, come on in. And Jackie, nice. So, Aperios, how was your morning? What were you lot chatting about? Because we touched a little bit on Games Union, and I was going to talk a little bit about how companies that have grown too large to maintain, or IPs and properties that are too spread out, can be brought together. And I was using superhero movies basically as an allegory that what we've seen with, and I'm not talking about necessarily creatively, but how these IPs are being handled and utilized in cinema is doing very well. Though Wolfgrad makes a very good point. The financial markets are very volatile right now, and it's unlikely that any big acquisitions will go down. Apparently the noise around Ubisoft's acquisition is kind of, that's closer to potentially coming together. So I also do need to apologize. I am very tired. Had a very good morning, but for whatever reason, like Amos chose chaos yesterday. I'm almost kind of glad that I was hungover yesterday and kind of snoozed intermittently between trying to get work done. So sorry, how... Okay, the immediate effects of unions in the games industry will probably be felt at only really the larger studios, the studios that tend to churn through a lot of staff. So what's probably gonna happen in the immediate will be things like 0-hour contracts and more exploitative practices for larger groups will start to decrease. What will end up happening is companies will be a little bit more careful about the speed at which they hire new staff, because they won't be able to do kind of like the hire and purge. For those of you who aren't aware, like, video games are on a cycle, and during the post-launch cycle, it is very common to lay off large numbers of staff, usually with the purpose of rehiring them in the future. QA is usually the main focus of that, and aside from a few studios that have very clever practices all year-round development, QA are usually the first hit in terms of like surge of hires, surge of fires. Well, okay, or usually zeroed down or their contracts are not renewed. While it's often referred to as like a mass firing, if we're talking about the legal definition, it's very rare for people to be fired en masse. They're usually let go because of other reasons. Because in video games, the entirety of your cost is people. So trying to keep your cost as low as possible while delivering the product is kind of the game, right? Well, so, and Ehrman, that is another good point. Like, how the situation at Ravensoft pans out will be interesting. Because, again, it is only, by my understanding, the QA staff at Raven Software that have unionized. And this was one of the things that was so tricky about the there's some of the things that is so tricky about the pro movement towards unionization in video games. Which, again, I am totally for. But there are so many different disciplines, and there are so many different regions and locations involved that the US can't just have a video games union. It's too impossibly large a concept. So small groups coming together for negotiating power is great. Now, you'll know my background. I came up through QA on a 0-hour contract. And we had to talk about this a few weeks back. And, you know, I still remember, like, the head of the department standing up and going, right, if you're not on Total War or Football Manager, you have till the end of the week. Because the projects just weren't coming in. So in a room full of hundreds of people, they just went, you lot, you're staying, everybody else, Friday's your last day. And they weren't fired, they were zeroed down. And let me tell you, we got drunk. Now, how would that situation or a situation like it have changed? I mean, for a long time, QA, more than any other department, have kind of been treated as second-class citizens. It was very common for QA to not really be even regarded as part of the team, you know? They were to video games what runners were to film and television. That was a mentality that permeated a lot of large studios. Now, we all know that shouldn't be the case, and a good QA team is worth their weight in gold. However, a large number of publishers try to centralize QA and things like that to save money. That's another story. Well, yeah, so Aperios, that's the nebulous one, because that's far more of a golden apple. Because, okay, one of the things that's been going on right now is, as if Activision don't end up in the shit enough, they've been accused of trying to bust out some pretty insidious okay, so, and I quote, because I don't want to misquote on this one, that according to a Bloomberg article, Activision Blizzard has been illegally threatening its own staff, according to prosecutors from a key US labor board. So, like, there's bad stuff going down over there. Oh shit, where was my through line? Oh, yes. So this is why the offer that Activision were making was very insidious. So, picture the scene. You've wanted to be in video games your whole life, and you get that foot in the door, and you're in QA. And one thing about QA is you're all in the shit together. You know, mostly minimum wage, stuff like that. The interim step in a lot of studios is what's called embedded QA. Now, there's no formal system except for... There may be a few studios that do have a formal system of people moving into that space, but embedded QA is not used by all studios, and those that do, it's sometimes in a very informal manner. And what that means is that your department is assigned a QA tester to make sure everything's working out and go through it. And depending on the studio, that can be your first inroad into being properly part of a team. So, like, if your goal is to get into video game design. Now, bearing in mind, we're talking video game design in large studio projects. You know, the term designer is now a very different term than it was, you know, back in the mid-2000s. But that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. You're essentially being offered like a real step up internally, a real advantage. It takes you out of the QA pool, puts you specifically in the place that you're at, and frequently leads to internal promotions. It's also why people in the games industry tend to get paid shit, is because internal promotion systems are always the slowest form of wage increase. The old trick used to be, friends, is that if you're working in mid to large studios, jump ship 2 or 3 times, because even if you come back to the same studio, your pay bracket will jump up so much more than if you stayed and worked at that place for that entire period of time. It's fascinating, but anyway. So, ActiBliz breaking up a QA team and placing them inside other teams is simultaneously a way of, like, essentially union busting, but you're doing it in the manner of offering people what they want, and that's insidious. But also, embedded QA is a great way of justifying year-round QA costs, so it might not be insidious. It might be the fact that they've been put in a situation where they can't get rid of the QA like they usually would have done on a cycle. So they're like, shit, how do we make these 20 people's jobs make sense so we can keep them on staff, keep paying them? Shit, we'll move them all to embedded. That way they're part of each of the teams. Which also might mean, dependent on how they do their financing, that person's salary comes out of those departments. So, like, it really, really depends on the studio in question. But whether or not internal QA is considered part of QA's budget or that department's budget is a whole nother mess of... So yeah. I'm inclined to believe the sinister rather than the... Okay. I'm inclined to believe the sinister theory rather than the empathic one. But it's worth saying that, especially if you're inside of ActiBliz right now, is that the whiplash between what is probably the person-to-person culture and how the studio/company is operating is definitely being felt right now. During that whole thing, was it last week, the week before, where they fucking announced they were making their weird token characters grid or whatever it was. What was really interesting was a couple of people who worked in those environments, who I'm not going to name them because I don't want anyone to think they were getting fucking called out. But the way in which they spoke about the use of those tools, about how their main goal was to create something that would force management to acknowledge gaps in their representation, was something that I found fascinating. It really felt like this, we've been forced into a situation and we're trying to use it for good. You know, our studio head has bought this software from another company. We have to use it. How do I justify its use to myself? Like, how do I resolve my own personal feelings with this reprehensible thing that I have to use? It's kind of fascinating. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling your pint glass. Now, again, this is one of those difficult things that unless you're actually in the studio, you can only really theory craft. I mean, Fearless, you're not wrong. For most companies, the goal is, as well, for most publicly traded companies, the overall goal is output of cash. And when the different interdepartments can't discuss their workings externally, it becomes very hard to understand what is and isn't nebulous. But God, sorry, just as an aside, I don't know if you all know this or if we've talked about this before, but there was a time when Blizzard was the best video games company to work for in the industry. Everyone raved about it. It was the place that nobody left. Like, they had this whole thing where at different milestones in your career, you'd get a shield and a sword. And each year they'd make a different sword and a different shield. So depending on when you'd start, you'd always have your own, like, personal combo of sword and shield to go with. Like, people would speak about Blizzard Entertainment as being this golden land of highest creativity, of, you know, the absolute peak of what people could do in our industry. And to look now at what it's become, it's like, holy feckin' sticks. Anyway, again, the QA testers getting their big win is something that we can all celebrate, because QA as a whole is usually the least supported, least represented. Now, if you all want to talk about the potentials of EA getting bought out and things like that, I'm down to clown. I will say, though, one thing that's very interesting, so Sniper Elite 5's coming out this week, and I wasn't going to jump on it immediately, mainly just because of money, right? But it's this interesting thing of, so Sniper Elite 5 is going to be dropping on Game Pass. I don't know how to process that. Sorry, Catastros was adding there's something comic about EA getting put up for sale. I mean, EA were always the villains, but they were never secretive about it. Like, they were always just business ruthless. And Alnus, I do not disagree. I will say EA losing FIFA is probably one of the reasons why they're considering a sale. Just because internationally FIFA makes vomit-inducing amounts of money, and they've just kind of lost that. And there's no way they'd be able to negotiate the same kind of power they had on a case-by-case basis. Because now, all the sports stars know how much they're worth. Like, it's very well documented. Yeah, Vanderbeek, you just buy a random grab bag of IPs. Yeah, and Moose, that is interesting. Sorry, Moose was just saying that there's interesting because there's conflicting reporting about EA looking for a buyout versus a merger where their current CEO stays in charge. Yeah, this is why I try to wait until we have, like, confirmed articles and things to discuss. Because it's not just that information that comes out of the investment space is somewhat nebulous. It's that we have this horrible thing of people in the video gaming space thinking that they understand the financial side of things, which can lead to this like telephone game of misinformation. I mean, the whole stuff around Bobby Kotick and how much he will or will not get depending on the Microsoft buyout is a very good example of everyone talking and not everyone stopping to read the fine print. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Fearless is getting the Sniper Elite board game. Fucking yo. I was lamenting with a friend over the weekend that while I love board games in concept, I never have time to play them. Back when I was flush, I used to have an inordinate amount of board games that I'd all bought based on fascinating ideas and principles. I played none of them. I ended up giving them away. And Fearless, I am wizard vetoing Tech Bro talk, but hearing that who was it? Is it not Seth MacFarlane? Was it Seth? Yeah.
Speaking of
Seth
games,
Green.
you just lost the
Favor 6. Stammering already beat you to that. We're still on cooldown. But thank you for the 200. It was Seth Green. Seth Green got his Nuftas nicked. And was apparently meant to be... The Nufta was meant to be part of an animated show, which he has now lost. So he's now lost his Nufta, so his Nufta can't be in an animated show anymore because he no longer has the rights to it. Thus, halting production on the show. That is just delicious Schadenfreude that I will be dining out on for the rest of the day. But yeah, friends, in terms of video games, the sheer amount of stuff we've got coming out right now is just phenomenal. And it's a great time. I will continue to heckle at V Rising for having an awful name, but it seems to be doing absolute gangbusters, and I'm real happy for him. Like, looking back at it now, I'm curious because I do not remember how well Battle Right did fiscally. Paris says, must have done kind of well. I had a spin-off. Not always a great indicator, but because sometimes a spin-off project will be to try and capitalize on what they feel as a market they can jump into. But I mean, again, that varies from project to project. God, I've been talking clever big words all morning. My brain is mush.
What video games have you lot been playing? I've been playing Rogue Tower because I was very hungover and I didn't get to do much else.
But again, I have no one to blame for my Monday hangover. I forgot to have anything that resembled dinner on Sunday whilst doing a spot of day drinking, and oh boy, did I pay for it. Yeah, Perius was saying they made a MOBA variation during the MOBA boom. Yeah. I finally got to play some Back 4 Blood last week, which was lovely. And I did try it out with the new Flesh Tunnels update. Sorry if I already bored you talking about that one. But holy crud. There's something to be discussed about multiplayer experiences that... So we've all been playing a lot of Sea of Thieves, right? Been enjoying that. And one of the interesting things about Sea of Thieves is kind of the flexibility of how much time you spend playing it. You know, okay, yes, if you quit midway through a quest with a hold full of treasure, sadly, that is going to be lost. But like, no progress is put back. But one of the things that's been fascinating is like Back 4 Blood just added a whole bunch of content, which makes the acts longer because of the sheer amount of time you can spend in like the Underdark, getting extra items, then bringing them up. It's fascinating. But like, we played one act last week and it lasted us like 3.5, 4 hours. And because of its very structured nature, it didn't feel like something we could just put down and go like, you know, come back to the following day, you know what I mean? Oh, sorry, I've been playing Grow, Song of the Evertree. Lovely. That sounds very charming. Can't help but notice smooth jams have stopped. This is illegal. And apparently... Well, okay, so Chrono, Back 4 Blood does contain the ability for you to stop at points and revisit it. But I don't know if you've noticed with the experience, it does nothing to encourage that. It's a constant, unending momentum. Like, it's something that we talked a lot about as an industry ages back when EverQuest had its huge boom, which was... how do we treat people's playtime? Do we create good stopping points in terms of how we build our gameplay loop? Yeah, Aperios, that's what I was scratching at. Aperios was saying that even though they give you those exit points in Back 4 Blood, it doesn't feel like you can break away. You get the momentum going, you get into a groove, and it's hard not to get everyone back together for the campaign if you lose that momentum. And like, on the one hand, God, I appreciate games that are prepared to go hard, give you a really stodgy experience. But I keep thinking about the fact that that's a multiplayer title. It is a title that is exceedingly difficult to play with random people online. The ping and communication system takes a bit of the pain out of it. And Fiona and I found that our third person in the group was kind of a rando that was rotating out. And with varying levels of success. But, again, it shifts the cooperative experience into being an event. Like, I really want to play more Back 4 Blood. I've still not finished Act 3. I've not even touched Act 4. I've given up on my previous rule now of only playing it through on Veteran. Because while that was a lovely challenge, like, I don't need that content padded out anymore, you know what I'm saying? They've done a fine job of that. The thing is, thinking about the user's experience and thinking about the user's time, that's one that, I don't know, it's something that I want to chip away at. Maybe not today, but how we treat the user's play experience and when are good moments for them to like save and stop. A lot of people felt for a while that not episodic games, but an episodic structure to games was going to be the elegant solution to that. And for a while, loads of games structured their narrative like a TV show, with recaps and intros. And most of the games that did that, how would one describe it? They fucking biffed it. And actually ended up detracting from the experience. But that felt more in terms of the execution than the stopping points. I mean, Azura's Wrath was a game that absolutely needed to have pre-engineered stopping points. But the problem was the whole last time on Azura's Wrath and coming soon, spoiling narrative beats in a game as you're playing it. I mean, it's not something we've seen as much, but again, I can't think of too many titles that created that like self-contained emulate to television show experience that worked well. And Happy Pie, those are the concerns, right? Sorry, Happy Pie was saying that it's like, one, it's how much content is there, or time player experience. So that doesn't mean like, 1,000 hours of collecting every feather on the map. Like, what is the core? What is the main narrative? What is the narrative with the most amount of obvious side quests that users are likely to chip away at? And what does that look like? And where are the breakpoints in that? And then adding an interesting one, which is where, when, and how does the user stop for each session? And how easy is it to pick up the game after like weeks of pause and real life happening? And even then, you've got to solve those 3 points without creating something that's obnoxious to users in their moment-to-moment setup. Yeah, actually, Catastros, one of these days, we're actually going to sit down and do the 2008 Alone in the Dark. Because, I mean, it's a disaster. But you know what? It's a fresh disaster. There's a lot of things it tried that people still haven't been brave enough to chip away at. Or a few titles have done one bit that it did and done well. Sadly, the game is a big old chunky overreach. And letting you skip any part of the game definitely removed any feelings of narrative agency. I will say, the quirky little mainline missions in Metal Gear Solid 5 feeling like episodes, I thought was very well structured. But then the game also lets you move around that environment as a free-form, like, open world. It's only when starting mainline missions that it gives you the whole, like, featuring, like, poisonous snake, and then you see the Skulls unit and freak out. But that definitely... That definitely felt like it was a stylistic emulation. Happy Pie says, it's the kind of thing you need a designer to solve these problems. Maybe a game designer. Well, okay. So I chipped away on this earlier, but... And I say this with love and respect. I have friends who are professional games designers. That is what they do for a living. But these days, that being your job is rare. Like, the reason why these conversations are so powerful, friends, is that when you sit down to make a video game, more likely than not, you will need to be whatever your primary discipline is, and a games designer, and a community manager, and a PR expert, and a social media master. But the thing is, games design is something that we have to learn to speak, not... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. In a big company, right? Big company, huge company. The process of games design is essentially like not too dissimilar from a systems designer. You know, you come up with the interlocking concepts that will be given to programmers for them to create, to put into the game. But the minutiae to which you will be designing on those systems cannot be overstated. You know, you will be doing the numbers of items. You will be doing, like, frequency, percentages, drop rates, the whole shebang. That's you. You know, you don't get to come up with overarching strategies like those episodic ideas. Like, that might be a head of design or a creative leads or something that multiple teams agree on. But let's be honest, friends, for most of us here, we will either be working on a project with 1 or 2 people or be in a team that's probably about, what? Probably no more than 20 people total. So, what that means is that you have to have a command of video game design discipline that will carry you to victory. You can't rely on that being just one person's role, you know? Yeah, kind of. The two sides of games design, R&D in theory and implementation. The bigger the team, the more of the distance between the two, yes. But what that means is that if your team is tiny, then those elements are things that you have to take into yourself. So that's why I feel these conversations are important. I mean, to be honest, a lot of the big success stories that we've seen from small teams recently have come out of, we prototyped until we had a core little game loop that we loved and then moved outwards. There aren't too many high concept projects that really bust out of the small teams at the moment. Do you know what I mean? It's almost one of those, you've got to earn it. But anyway, I find all this fascinating. While it sounds scary, the good news is, like, the good news is that we now have more command over our art than we've ever had. And I think that's definitely something worth celebrating. We're not reliant on just games designers. We went through that horrible, like, and I'm not blaming John Romero. It was absolutely the marketing team turning him into this air quotes superstar. But it took us a long time to come out from the shadow of id Software. Do you know what I mean? You know, the idea that, you know, video game designers are these inspired creatives coming up with concepts that nobody else could, that then get handed across. It took us a long way to claw our way out of that, and there are still a few people in the industry that believe that they are that. Cough, Todd Howard, cough. Sorry, what was that? I had something in my throat there. But Alnus, he can make you his friend. And you know what, friends? Not today when I'm a little bit brain dead, but one of these days, I'm just going to take you through a tour of 90s video game marketing. Because the thing is, John Romero will make you his bitch. Wasn't even the most egregious 90s marketing. You know, that was tame? We went through a weird fucking period as an industry. Bonus points for horny Todd. Why does Todd Howard have to be unnecessarily horny? No one wants that. God. Todd Howard looks like Matchbox 70 sounds. But yeah, I don't quite have the wherewithal to do a deconstruction of 90s video game marketing today, but we will do at some point. Just to, if you haven't seen it, or if it's been a while since you delved back into it, holy feck, that was wild. I like to say, Alan is saying like the TOS warnings alone for Tomb Raider's marketing. True, but it's when you start looking at the marketing for things like Gex and go, why? Coffee time, how are you doing? Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? Broom closet ending was my favourite. I hope your friends find this concerning. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, and Imperio's like, I'm going to get into the feckin' weeds, like the actual, like, magazine, the magazine commercials. Yeah, Happy Pie, I mean, we might have to do that as an off-stream thing, because it does get into the wildly offensive. But yeah, the marketing around, like, Duke Nukem 3D. Ooh, we've come a long way as an industry, friends. And yeah, Alnus, containment is breached, Gex is on the table. Because they superimposed the marketing for Pierce Brosnan's Bond. But as apparently not even like an anthropomorphized gecko. I mean, yes, he had hands, but he was very clearly an animal. Like, yes, Fred, Pierce Brosnan's Bond. So, like, the GoldenEye era of marketing. You know what? Like I said, friends, this isn't one we can get into now. And Alnus, I would not hold hope for that. Alnus was saying that Embracer needs to keep it buried. I don't know if you all saw, like, Embracer's at a big old loss right now. So while they are doing aggressive acquisitions, currently, Embracer is very much in debt and will be turning those IPs into as much cash as possible. Unless they can continue with aggressive acquisitions and hope that they can create the perception of increase to keep their stock price going up. Like, because again, Fritz, off of what we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, it was announced that last year Embracer Group lost $431 million. So not quite $500 million, but that's where they're at. This is why we ended up having that huge day discussion of breaking down where Embracer Group are and where their money's coming from, because their money isn't coming from anywhere. From as much as I can attest, and I am not a financial analyst by any means, but from what limited knowledge I can glean, it appears, I'm being very careful with my language, it appears as if they're just borrowing money against their estimated value to keep making acquisitions. Their estimated value continues to go up. So, like, yo. Shit, Happy Pie, maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe we need to use OnlyFans so I can talk about horrendous 90s video game marketing. God. I actually wonder what... Because it would be showing other people's assets and stuff, so I wonder what the legalities are over that. And Night Valen, what ho friend, hello. And Fred, how are you doing? Sorry, I was on a kind of, I wouldn't say a rant, but I was on a banter spree. Happy Pie's like, don't listen to me! That's a bad idea! I mean, look. I do not think that 90s video game marketing was good. And what's fascinating now is going back and deconstructing those marketing campaigns as to how off the mark they were. It's a weird, strange part of our history, which I know we all want to forget it. I do too. But when we look at what video games have become, like, you can't talk about the success of Call of Duty without talking about bro/lad culture and how it absorbed that in that post-GoldenEye kind of world. You know? The frat/university environment that would go on to adopt things like Halo and Call of Duty and stuff like that grew from the lads mag aggressive marketing for trying to hit the late teens, early 20s demographic in that post-N64 world. Like, the PlayStation did a lot of heavy lifting for making games desirable from a marketing standpoint outside of the initial. And again, this isn't even commenting on who plays games. This is commenting on who reacts to video games marketing. And a lot of the... Again, the bro-lad culture's involvement, especially in the first-person shooter genre, a large proportion of the sexism and horrendous stereotypes that annoyingly persevere till this day have origins that track in these spaces. And to defeat something, you must know it.
Embracer Groups sounds like some kind of weird vampire thing. Victim, look who is here for a sucky sucky. Vampire, stop saying it like that, you were making it weird.
That is very weird. Thank you for the 200. See, Alanus, I'd love to do a deconstruction on that one, because Myst was so obviously mismarketed to those demographics as to create that situation. I mean, the irony, of course, being is that Myst has outlived all those magazines, but that's not the story. And then also, if we're talking about the UK, like, there was a time when there were only a few big magazine conglomerates that basically ran everything. In the UK, we had, Future Publishing? So any of those, like, PlayStation Magazine, Xbox Magazine, all of those, plus returning ones like PC Format and things like that that would be on a loop, were all handled by one publisher. As a complete random aside, there used to be an incredible secondhand game store in London, just off of Tottenham Court Road, because it was close to Future Publishing's main offices. So what would happen is the journos will get sent copies of this game, they play it for 2 minutes, and then go trade it in before it was out for like 60 bucks. Well, 40 quid. Fascinating. So you used to be able to get brand new games early and second hand if you knew where to go. Ah, Hillian, that would be the stream name, is Missed Marketed. Or Missed Opportunities. I'm not even charging. I'm Actually, Happy Pie, I would very disagree with that statement. And that's one of the reasons why I would love to go into the 90s marketing stuff. Because the games and the content's the same. Like, Quake is not necessarily a product of its time, nor was Myst. Gex and a few were... Okay, we're talking about Gex. If you never played Gex, it was a mediocre to shite mascot platformer right at the death throes of mascot platformers. And it was basically, what if James Bond was a gecko? That's it. That's the whole thing. And it didn't have the weird surrealism that James Bond had. It was almost trying to be serious. But there was a time in video games marketing where everything was just off the chain. And the marketing was so misaligned versus what the products were. That's why I find it fascinating. Because some of the culminations we saw of games in certain cultures now started from that 90s marketing. You know, the culmination of the accessibility of the first-person shooter combined with the lads mag style marketing hit the frat bro / lads demographic hard, and there was a resonation there. And I find that fascinating. You know, we wouldn't see like the return of Mario Kart and stuff until what? I guess the N64 had its special little place. I'd need to line the timelines up to see how it works. So it's not that the art is cringeworthy, and that's where I want to make the distinction. Like, Quake is not a cringy title, which I find fascinating. There's also a really interesting... Sorry, one of my favorite quotes is one of the things I find fascinating. So, Daikatana and Quake, right? And the intent of the people who made those two games is fascinating. If you'll forgive me for being crass for a second, John Carmack was quoted in saying that, what was it? Video games are like porn, the story doesn't matter. And Romero was famously against this, saying like that's the reason that we all come to these spaces. And you then have a look at these things as they progress, and it always struck me that Carmack was a technically minded individual who wanted to challenge themselves into making things, right? So that's why, you know, Quake was breaking brand new fucking ground and kicking ass. Daikatana was very much what we knew. And again, I know Daikatana came out, but I swear, you put those two side by side, shit gets fascinating. Daikatana ended up having the archetypal male gaze, female character and things like that in it, whilst trying to aim for something that was beyond that. Whereas Quake has no characterization in any way, shape, or form. It's just all the leftover pieces. Oh, Jackie, the timeline's fine, I think. And Quasi, Watto, friend. Hello, hello. Anyway, friends, thank you for letting me rant and ramble about this one, because there's a nostalgia to that 90s marketing which I find fascinating, and how it shaped, at very least, English language gaming culture. Love talking about that. Because I always found it so strange, the mismatch between the content in the games and how they were marketed. And mainly because if we go into that, we eventually get to talk about Wipeout, which... God, that was such a wonderful, wonderful little snapshot of video gaming. Good times, good times. And Fred, I would agree with you. Like, there's a part of me that misses the weird and the bizarre. Sadly, I mean, I don't miss the sexist bullshit, but sometimes you'd look at an advert and it would take you like 3-4 minutes to work out what it was advertising. Well, see, and Happy Pie, this is why I like talking about this, because, yes, we did used to have booth babes at events, but that's something that comes again from other industries trying to do marketing techniques in other spaces. Now, if you want to get really into the paint, booth babes comes from the precursor to E3, which wasn't... Oh, God. ECTS was the European one. And basically, video games used to be involved in... God, it's going to annoy me now. There was a big trade show back in the late 70s to 80s. What was it? God darn it, I'm trying to remember now. God, it was before they split off to... They do a whole 3 episodes of it in Halt and Catch Fire. Which, by the way, if you haven't watched Halt and Catch Fire... That is, while not the historically accurate history of video games, is definitely contains some of, like, a dramatic retelling of events. Basically, Halt and Catch Fire is the Hamilton of tech history. God, I can't be the only one. Alright, okay, no, I've got to Google this. I'm sorry, friends. I've got to Google this. CES, that was it. Oh wow, so CES actually started in the 60s. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, E3 was a fracture from CES, and CES was consumer electronics, and was very much done the same way as like car shows and boat shows, which did involve booths having booth babes. Something which is still very common in normo spaces. And so that's where I find this stuff to be fascinating. I mean, Happy Pie, it's just an hours in a day question. Recording a podcast still takes effort. But I'll see if I'll see if Floydo wants to come hang out and chat at some point. I mean, the dude's working a full-time job and running a YouTube channel at the same time. So I try and respect Friendo's time, you know what I mean? But yeah, so Happy Pie, just to articulate on what you were saying, like, learning the history of these things can be very important. Like, knowing why they happened can give you the most amount of tools to stop them from happening in the future. I don't want to say that, you know, learn from history, but, you know, excuse me. You know, I've always disliked booth babes at events because, aside from just being some just terrible overhang from mainstream culture, it was just something so... No, you know what? I'm going to wizard veto my own conversation because I get very, very heated about this. And I don't think any of us are in disagreement. And I think if it was something we were genuinely going to deconstruct, like doing the history of booth babes, why they happened, the damage that they've done, and the strides that have been made to kind of dig out of that hole, been definitely worth breaking down and discussing. I need to have more of a level head on my shoulders because there's a lot of bad habits that the video games industry have, and a lot of them are overhangs from people coming in from other industries or old things that were just because that's how it was done. Like, and I understand them. I know where all of them come from, but there's a part of me that's very passionately livid about it still, and on a day like today where I don't have all of my calm with me, I don't want to just rant at you lot while we're hanging out. So... well, and Happy Pie, like I said, we'll tear into this in a better... We'll tear into this on another day. Okay, yeah, come on, we'll get into some Stanley time. Let's do this! Alright. But I will say, friends, thank you all for letting me rant and ramble. I'm not at my most cohesive today, so... however, despite being a feckin' disaster, guess who has a tweet pre-cooked? Can't spell Stanley, but I've got a tweet pre-cooked. There we go. Boof. Got proof and everything. Look at that. Look at that. Back of the net. Oh, dude. Yeah, Fred. Just get people to sit down and watch the OG Legend of Zelda commercials. And friends, there was a weird time in games marketing where, like, as the mascot era was coming to an end, and like we were moving more and more into the edgy marketing space, like, holy crud. Kindball, so G3 entries. You've got plenty of time. You've got 2 and a bit weeks. Next. So a week today, we are ending entries. So, all right. So no one else will be able to join the contest as of Tuesday the 31st, and then there will be 2 weeks from then. So it'll be around about the June the 11th. So English subtitles. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible, lol. I mean, I've got lights on me, so that is barely visible. It is 1... Oh, wow, you're going to make me get through it all. 1:25 p.m. 26. Okay, accessibility, we get access from the main menu. Wonderful. And you'll have to let me know how the audio levels balance out, because the background ambience seems fine. dokie, Lokies. No, seriously though, friends, if you are in a weird little point where you need a show to watch, and do not mind some decent drama, I cannot recommend *Halt and Catch Fire* enough. It is not about video games, but it is. I don't know how else to describe it. It's fucking fascinating. Anyway, again, thank you for letting me rant and ramble. Without further ado, let me introduce you to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Now in 3D.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The gasp.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I'll just hang out here for a bit. So, compliment cap, what ho, friend? Whilst an adventure a long time in the making, we're finally feckin' here. Now, I wanted to try and wait a little bit longer before jumping into the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because I don't know how many of us got the chance to jump into it. And I have looked up nothing about this. So I don't know how... Is there a... recommendations from the Oversight Committee? I do not know just how much of this is new or changed or what have you. I don't know how much will unfurl from the varying loops. But I've played this... God. I've been lucky. With the Stanley Parable, I've been exceedingly lucky. I got to play the OG Half-Life mod back on, I think it was called like Hangar 16 or Hangar 13, or the Half-Life modding site. And that was when I was getting into like weird mods. You know, I played that one which had you wait for like 35 minutes for a train and stuff like that. It really kind of was a time that got me on the path to arty video games.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let me back in! Let me back in! Forgot my coffee.
It was at this point Stanley realised that he was from the Midlands. There was no helping that. Sorry, being an arse. Oh boy, sure do
No matter how
hate
hard Stanley
Mondays.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Partition Corp, providing partitions for 56 years. There's a part of me that does want to check every tiny asset just to see. And friends, if you haven't seen, on the subject of marketing, turn the computer off. Just save power. If you haven't seen the marketing around Stanley Parable, especially Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, you really do need to look it up. I'm not saying that to be facetious. There's no... The reason I say that is because this is a game that is very well known. There is a lot of an expectation about this, and the problem is you can't just say, here are all the new things that will happen in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because a huge part of the experience of this was it. I like work, I just hate my boss. Okay. No, sorry. One of the things that Crows have done so incredibly well is market the heck out of this game without telling us anything. Their newsletter and the caliber of writing at their team is just phenomenal. And with a game where everybody knows things are going to get weird, where everybody knows things are going to be like strange and discombobulated and slightly broken, where things are going to start going off the rails very quickly. How do you sell that? Oh man. Fucking coffee crime. Should be illegal. Yeah, well, so Alnus, their primary marketing strat is a newsletter, which they then break up into different formats to make it work with social media. That's outside of reactionary social media. Or good old reactionary posting. Sales this quarter. Ha ha! And here we are.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Friends, I just wish I could bottle the moment where I encountered this in a Half-Life mod that I downloaded, and I went, what happens if I go through the door on the right? Like, what happens? Now's our decision. Do we want to go for the usual playthrough strat, like follow the path, then start like breaking it? Or do we just want to shatter it asunder from the very go? It gives me a chance to have a slug more coffee as well.
Why are people messaging me? Don't do that. That's weird.
I think Fiona's heckling my Gundams. Oh, Stanley said followed. Never followed the proper path in the original. Okay, there we go. Piece of cake. Depends on what our brand... What do you think our brand is? 413. Homestuck number. Wellity. Oh, here we go.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay, how to solve a dispute with a co-worker. Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively, and then resent them for not noticing. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Ah! Everyone's unique. You most of all. Alright, Habbo Hotel. Sorry, the isometric view. Ooh, number of slides. Slides and charts! The rate at which the charts with the same slide depict the same information. Oh, very important that. God. It's nice being out of a corporate environment. No more charts! I'm begging you! Stop! Ah, the Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill it out in triplicate and return it. God, I do not miss working in offices. Talk radio. Future dreams. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Oh. Synergize core value, shift global market, monetize on free-to-play. Help! I'm a post-it. God. Look, okay, Kindball, everybody, you knew if you got me playing this, I was going to get, like, stuck into all the little bits. Get Chris out of the broom closet. No. It's my favourite ending. Papers are too synergized. Fire the paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper guy. Who moved my desk? The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Okay, I'm not just bringing this up to give everybody some kind of like episode, but quick show of hands. How many of you have been at a company where if someone wiped stuff off a whiteboard, it would have caused irreparable damage? Now, I'm not going to name any names, because not all of those were the fault of the people in charge. No, sorry, in charge. A lot of the time...
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Except... Oh, what's up?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty
Reactor
broom.
online.
Spence back!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Here we are, friends. My favourite ending of the game.
What ho?
And a what ho to you, friend. And thank you for 26
It was
months.
baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yep.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I wasn't lying. This is one of my favourite bits of the game.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Oh, look. Mop and bucket. Just keep looking at these...
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Hello! Do you find this concerning?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Wow!
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Should we make sauce?
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Oh, and third act breakdown is one of my favorite tropes. I always love it because it always feels the most natural. Like, as a kid who grew up on, like, Saturday morning cartoons, I never understood why Skeletor kept employing the same band of idiots. I never understood it. Like, fire them. Hire someone who can get shit done. But when you have that, it's almost like a reaction to the, wait, why am I working with these dingleberries? Oh. I feel like we managed to proc the broom closet ending way faster than usual.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Ah! Wait for it.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Oh. I waited as long as I could before we jumped into this game. Well, back into this game, I should say. Alright. Once more with feeling. No. Just in case. Just in case. Onward!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, we're going to follow the line first, just because I believe it was Stammering who said they hadn't played the designated path yet. And then we'll start breaking it. Oh, remember the broom closet, good time. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Oh, cool! Extreme bathrooms! That means very different things in different circles, not gonna lie. Time magazine, and it's just a picture of a clock.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I am going to attempt to get it wrong several times. Oh yeah, you'll know when we're on the line. Vanderby says, I find being...
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, that fancy wine.
2845.
I'm gonna keep annoying you. I will say one of my favourite tweets of the weekend was still, bear spray does not work like bug spray.
Forgot, but it
Can't
turns
believe we
out
have
that
to
the
say this.
panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
we still enter it? I think we can. What was it? 2... Hang on, what's the key? Eight, 4, 5. No? As a complete aside, friends, just because I was reminded by the picture up here, I don't know if it's still available, but for a while you could get the narrator as an announcer for Dota 2, and I'm not proud about how much money I spent on that back when I was playing Dota. Perios, I was hoping that if after he entered the code for me, if I then
Descending
entered it,
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh boy, I wonder where the choice is. Would it keep going, like I said, with following the main line? Sorry, bear with me a second. Why is everything... Okay, sorry. Onward! Well, so what we're doing for this first run, Vanderbeest, is literally, as the narrator says, the classic run. Do you remember that? Oh, just a good old spree of numbers.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
He did. Yeah, it's like Lizzie, you're right. We've already got the closet ending, so we've had the best ending in the game so far. Employee observation protocol. Employee observation protocol. Cameras!
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Now, if I remember rightly, there's something to... Yeah, so employee 528's got something weird. There's a couple of fired employees. And then employee... I think that's the house? The external one? And daughters, you're just in time for the story about a man named Stanley. Do we have to go ahead before we pop it off? Ah, yes. So there's a blank camera there. There's a couple of fireds. There's a couple of weird ones. And this is the thing. It's been so long since we've done a playthrough of this. I'm trying to remember what was from before. So there's a couple of screens that have, like, you know, text and additional elements on them. 427. Let's have a look. It's over this way. 427. There's 427. Dead center. Oh. Yeah. So that's just a zoom in of our office, currently empty. So I'm going to summon the lift, but I'll leave it.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So yeah, sorry, I had 28 and a couple of others have got something weird with them. So I really want to know what those are all about. And it just struck me that throughout the entirety of my nonsense career, I have done... This will be the third video so far of the Stanley Parable. Because I did OG Stanley Parable way back. I think there's like YouTube footage of it from 1,000 years ago somewhere. And then we did the stream of it together, which is when you lot bankrolled me to go to TwitchCon. We were in like the disco room, or it was like the happy room or something. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was called now. And Aaron Hawaii showed up and was like, "Will, you go to TwitchCon?" And I was like, "Nah, I can't afford it." And then you lot went, "Bet." Oh. Would you look at that? Door's back, open back up again. Yeah, Dorcas, that was 1,000 years ago. I'm not going to be doing TwitchCon this year, just in case anyone was curious. I kind of feel like any event that I do is a bit of a risk, and it needs to be... the risk is always calculated. Happy so I imagine you go back into the closet. Alright, so... Alright, so Kimball, did I miss the thing? Or should I continue to wait? Like I said, I had to wake up upsettingly early this morning. Oh, employee number pirate. Wait, hang on. The pirate feed is the same as... That's fascinating. So somewhere out there, there's an official pirate. I'm trying to work out what... The employee before one seems to have like yellow text on it. God, I need binoculars. I need like little in-game binoculars to check out all of this stuff. Dodgers, we got talking about 90s video game marketing a little bit and how it affected games today. Just a little. It was one of those like, you've activated my conversational trap card. So we ended up nattering for like an hour and a half before we even got in game. But yes, so Dorcas, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Okay, so we might need new content, so we can carry on and come back. Okay, that's no worry.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
You
Never.
are a pirate.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Console disabled. Oh, we're gonna get the power on first. Oh, Quasi, I apologise. I missed that. Okay, input, idle. Alright, where's the bloody power? Where's the bloody power? I guess we gotta get it turned on over here. Ah.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yay! We win! Video games!
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Nope.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
This is pretty. Friends, I recently finished watching Severance and rewatching a show called Devs. So, oh boy.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game. Got my first achievement. Job's a good one. Ah, look at that. Seem to be back. Yeah, it was a nice little game. Bit short. We'll play next. So next we're going to be playing Stanley Unknown's Battlegrounds. GG no re. We're going to be working on some speedrun strategies for the next section. So be sure to keep those... I almost said keep those poggers charged when I realised I don't know how people talk on the internet anymore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Still gone.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We've got to keep an eye out for the pirate. Stanley rising. It's rising. Friends, again, I wish I could have bottled that very first mod playthrough.
Reactor online.
Like 1,000 years
Sensors
ago.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How far in are we?
Oh, we finished the game. Stanley's freed. There's no more video game to play. We've done it. We've won. Roll credits. This is for the Stanley New Game Plus. We're going for some of the prestige unlockables in this, including better chair, better computer, and I hear you can get a special skin for Prestige 5 for all the filing cabinets. Now, we've not been able to confirm this, but those of you who've been really plugged into the Stanley meta will probably have a better understanding than me. But yeah, the man... Okay, joking aside, thank you for 43 months. And Jackie, I saw your jokes about inordinate amounts of cash, and I didn't say anything because I would fucking just expire. I don't know. Wait, Common Cap, did Metal Gear Stanley get finished? I thought that was still in talks with Konami. All right. Awaiting input. Surname access. Yeah. What? Gotta make sure we keep it eco-friendly. Okay, the cross promotion was already implemented. All right. Well, I think I have to choose the warrior soldier class before I can unlock Metal Gear Stanley. And Sage, what hope, friend? B3. I remember that one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now, should we just go full rebel on this one and just hit right side door, or shall we do left with articulation? You know what? Let's alternate. So we'll do left with articulate. We'll do right with articulation.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh shit! We got to. We're going to the employee lounge, like friends. You know it's going down for real. But yeah, so the man, I played the original Half-Life mod like 1,000 years ago, and one of the reasons why I keep being like, I wish I could have bottled that, is that first time you follow the path through, and you get that ending about happiness and mysteries and things like that, and you really start believing that this is like a super duper sci-fi setting.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Or just drinking the soda. But seriously though, friends, if you get the opportunity to watch a TV show called Severance, it's what if this but real.
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh, Kaiba was playing the first one during Alien Isolation Overtime. Okay, that must have been some fucking surreal
At this
nonsense.
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I didn't mean, sorry, I'm just adjusting the camera. But I'm getting heckled out by the narrator yet again. Oh.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
accurate is the time? Very not accurate. But yeah, sorry, Kimball saying Alien Isolation overtime just gave me flashbacks. Especially when, like, Total War was doing overtime as well, and you'd have, like, the two different struggles competing. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Not a chance, sunshine! Oh, would you look at that?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, find the credit card to order overtime food. The multiple orders of Domino's from different departments. I always love that. Okay, so I don't know if it was the same for you. Sorry, friends, you just have to listen to overtime stories from me and Kimball. I don't know if it was the same for you lot, but remember that really, really good Indian takeaway place? But there had to be enough people to order from it to make it worth it. And so there'd be this hushed whisper of like, curry, 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 curry. Hoping that enough people would come together. So you couldn't get your heart set on getting curry for dinner, because it might not happen. It might be a sad and lost disappointment. Where were all the bloody forks? I just assumed that the tech and IT department had just stolen them all at the bottom. Alright. Do not jump off the cargo lift while it's in motion. You will die. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off, $5,000. Don't think we can get into the other areas right now.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying... What? Really?
Ha-ha!
In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
All right. Yeah, happy pie. $5,000 says we can't step off. Danger everywhere. All right.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Try to remember all the. So we're being rebellious, right? Like we're just going to be an arse. So we're going through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
The pen is royal blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I mean, it's worth... I'm sure you all know about this, but like a lot of the meta-narrative tricks that we've come to expect from a lot of indie games were fucking pioneered by the Stanley Parable. Or at very least, it was the first one to cohesively duct tape them together.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
You're so mad. If Stanley could read, he'd be offended right now.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh, we've got her. Clank, so wait. How did you get here? Through the doors. Obviously, Clank. Why? How do you get here? Now, see, I'm kind of tempted to take one of the other doors now to piss him off. God. Kymble, just as an aside to an aside for weirdness, I've been craving Domino's. And not like US Domino's, because US Domino's is fucking terrible. But like, over time, pizza Domino's. And it's just for the fucking dip, which became like a heavily traded commodity. Finding a friend that didn't like the Domino's dip was just a win. So should we follow through the wonky door, or should we make his life even more difficult? Because I think that leads to the baby, if I remember rightly. So Comp says, as a European in America, how does American fast food compare? It's not as stark a difference, but left door like you were told to, the first one to frick with him. Alright, Favor 6, if you're willing to put bits behind it.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I have to admit, I don't eat a lot of like the standard fast food. Burger King's still disappointing across the board. Wendy's is fine. But the thing is, in the US, fast food doesn't just denote the big chains. You can get quick, immediate food that is from smaller or local teams that is fucking tasty. And that's like the big change. The one thing I will say, Taco Bell gets a really bad rap over here. And you know what? It's not bad. Like, it's alright. Is it Mexican food? God, no. It's some strange amalgamation of, you know, meat and Baja Blast in a vaguely Mexican Bell-themed wrapper. But it's not bad. I've only had McDonald's once in the, in the over 4 years I've been out here, and it was the same. I still crave the fries every now and then. Well, okay, rank it 3 for 3 choices.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard! Do-do-do-do-do-do! Did you know 21% of players skip the intro sequence? Only the worst 3% players chose the blue door. Wow, there's us at the end. How long does it take you to get the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. God, I fucking love it. It's over 1,000! Alright, we can try the spicy door next. A dead rat is offline. I'm trying to see if this is actually taken from my Steam library. Because that was the one that Daniel Mullins used to love doing. I guess he still does. I think this must be. Mussolini is offline. I don't think I know anyone on Steam called Mussolini, thankfully. Alright, so let's try the spicy door now.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Shit,
Again,
yeah.
honest answers, please.
I'm down for that competitive ranking.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
It's baby
You wouldn't mind
time!
taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
For the record, friends, we are not getting the baby
In this
ending.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
We're not doing
But
the
of
baby
course,
ending.
The
This
message
takes
of the game
hours.
only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Do you want this? For 4 hours? 4 hours of baby! Welcome to Fire Baby for Hope.
Yes, we do.
Why? Why do you want this? Nothing about this is enjoyable. Nothing is good. Nothing is sacred. This isn't even my baby. No, Dorcas, no. No. Fiona, no! That's what it'll be. If you make this happen, it's gonna be that for 4 hours. Baby's gotta go. I'm gonna look in your fucking eyes as you burn, child.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Yes.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Joking
Hey,
aside.
since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
But there is an achievement for doing the full 4 hours. There is a baby ending. Oh, what?
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
What the fuck? This was definitely not in
It seems
before.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. This is upsettingly accurate. Who watches the Fire Watch? Remember, friends, volunteer as a lookout. Hello. See if we've got any like additional. It's the propane tanks on the way out. My only sadness is that you can't order the photographs from your game anymore. But when when Firewatch came out, you used to be able to use your in Firewatch. You have a disposable camera. You get to take, I think it's like 25 photos throughout the whole game. You used to be able to then have those printed and sent to you as faux Polaroids, and I thought that was one of the.
No, it can't be.
Check out the shitter.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. I really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
This is brilliant.
I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
And talk.
Okay,
When
so
I
what
think of
exactly
wars,
do we do
I
here?
think of
Let's
Stormwind.
see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yo, shout out to everyone who survived the club. Oh, I'm moving very fast now. Whee! Yeah, shout out to everybody who survived the club. Sponsored by She Please. Kablam! If I can get. Yeah, I'm also down to
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Multi-ball!
Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
More balls! Let's go! And you wanted to play the baby ending for 4 hours. Mobbles!
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Oh.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end.
Damn
This
it.
is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Alright, so I can't get in there. Check over here. I reckon we can throw ourselves through the goal. Jackie still votes the baby ending. Nobody wants 4 hours of wah, wah. No one wants that. That's the having a bad time ending. Although, as I'm sure you've all noticed with the additional stuff, through all the tongue-in-cheek, there is a lot of... Wait, is that a sign for the club? Yes! I've been sleeping in the club. When we take a break, I'm just gonna tweet that screenshot out and just be like, only true fans understand. Alright. Hold your breath, friends. We're going in. I've been sleeping in the club!
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
We physically entered the sports. Alright, let's have a look around. Please rate your experience. Beta, alpha. Wait, if I remember rightly, we can find our way into the original Half-Life mod if we're smart. Oh, piss. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here it is. The OG 2 doors. 2 doors, 2 bells. I might need to turn the brightness up. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
Jesus, dude.
I can wait.
That got very, very fucking dark. Okay, that was feckin' hilarious.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okie dokie Lokis. I do actually legit want to tweet out, only true fans will understand. You know what? I might just scream, I've been sleeping in the club. Because that seems a little less, you know. Ugh. But then I guess that would... for people who haven't played, that would be a massive spoiler. Darn it. Alright, well, I'll ponder on it. You know, I don't want to be the jerk.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Because, like, I don't know of anyone else on this internet that got into the club. I mean, the fascinating thing when we started playing it was, like, Rock Paper Shotgun did an article on the club, but they didn't find what we found. Like, they didn't find, like, the puzzle platforming or the hidden stuff. I mean, shite, we had a massive conversation about it back in the day, about, like, creating experiences in games that only a handful of people reach. Yeah, and Lizzie, I'm keeping an eye on the clubs. Oh, okay, Lizard Tales. I forgot we have people that have found us very recently. Okay, so the club was Crow's community experience. It was a website where, upon logging in, you were in this like weird GeoCities fever dream, where you'd be given a random name and avatar, and all you could do was really like move around this environment and wibble about. Aww. Hey, it was great times. Feckin' loved the club. At first glance, it appeared to just be like a community experiential thing. People in the Crows community, the developers that made this title, their community would submit songs made out of preset samples, and they would share these along with like art and stuff like that. It was funny. I mean, Crows already has a history of... Crows already has a history of making music. Once a year, they do what's called Rapsgiving, where they make incredibly silly rap songs about games industry stuff. Yeah, we're going for the new content. But inside this weird little community site, there was a hidden game, which was the tower inside the club. Now, you had to be 18 to enter the over 18s area. And whilst... low poly rat! Whilst playing... whilst being in the club, every time you heard a song, your club rank would go up one. So it was kind of a joke on MMOs. Except... Once you hit level 18, you would go through the secret area, and it would unveil this incredible, challenging, like, first-person puzzle platforming section of the tower. And that was fascinating. We became obsessed with this because each song in the club is a minute long, which means that there is an 18-minute cooldown with each attempt, because when you fail the tower, it resets your club rank back to 1. And the thing was, while loads of people wrote about the club and what happened, very few people did what we did. And so we got into it. We have quite a few people here in the Longship who actually managed to clear the tower. I didn't clear it originally, but I did clear it with these Skeletons and Ghosts updates, which added character classes, where you could be regular, or you could be a skeleton, who jumped higher, or a ghost who would glide down slower. Yeah, and that was the thing, Alice. Even if you wanted to find out, no one was talking about it. It was just us and like the Crows club community, and they were keeping stum. So it was fascinating. If you go into the clip section, you'll find a whole myriad. We hosted our lockdown Halloween party in the club. Anyway, who wants to see what's through this door?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
It's a history lesson.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
This is some sinister shit right here.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Alright, here we go.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
J-Post, I tried riding it again. Yeah, Nalnus, like...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Here we go. Excitement abound.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Wait, who's leading who here, buddy?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Lizzie says, Will, try not to use all of the jumps. Yep, they added the jump circle. One of my favorite DLC features from Dragon Age Origins. Oh boy, parkour, parkour! Oh, see, okay, now I've got two schools of thought. Lizzie's saying, don't use all the jumps. Alna says, use all the jumps, you deserve it.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
All right, cool.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Apparently
If this
so.
is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
That's a fancy seat. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stan, this is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated.
Wait,
and
there's
I'm
a test
offended,
achievement.
I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Well, that's broken. Must jiggle every door handle. Ah. That's where we'd usually be. Skipping through these little hallways.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Do you wanna, or should we ignore him some more?
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Alright, fine, I'll have a look at your new surprise.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Feck it. I'm easily enticed. He said I wasn't a dork. Nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Coffee, none. I'm still reeling with the fact that we got the actual tower from Firewatch. It's a shame that.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new ULTRA DELUXE content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Okay.
Take a look.
Also, friends, I mean, it's one of the powers of the narrator throughout all of the Stanley Parable, but using it simultaneously as the voice of the audience, and as the voice of the developers, and as the voice of, like, of unhinged criticism and praise. What the f... The ancient photocopier. Alright. Okay.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay. I have nothing to add. I'm going to check the picnic basket, obviously. That's not a serial killer. Zone, sweet zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
So the in-game... Oh, man. Indie box. Oh, yo. I don't know if you can see, but it's a BAFTA for The Last of Us, and they've duct taped Stanley Parable over the name. Oh. Okay, would someone mind checking? Did the Stanley Parable win? My First Kiss, My First Car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Okay, shit like this is why I'm not allowed to just decorate the house how I want, because I would put shit like that on the walls. Memory Zone Temp 2013. Remembrance Mind Control Facility. The original remake. Man, them old Steam pages doing me a damage. No, the digital clock is not tracking time normally. Trip down memory lane. The first dollar. The Stanley Parable demonstration of the demo. It's impossible to get this achievement. Don't play for 5 years. I don't know if you saw, friends, but for this one, there's a don't play for 10 years achievement. And people already have it. Alright. Alright. Obviously, as a member of BAFTA, I can't comment as to the judging of that, but it definitely deserved. Fake New York Times. New video game releases today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Is Stanley dead on the floor? Oh no! Oh, Exo, we didn't pass the Last of Us award, but I am going to go and take another little screening of it just in case.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Yo! I mean, we knew... Okay. Anyone who hadn't played this already knew coming in that this would be a deconstruction. But a deconstruction as to the impact of the Stanley Parable there. God. It's also the last time anyone's referenced Destructoid with any kind of meaning. The tasteful nostalgic. It was good. Wait, what's down here? Memory zone maintenance. If this goes... okay, I wouldn't say if this goes full Dr. Landskov. Because Landskov was Crows, basically doing their own little twisty take. I could genuinely spend an inordinate amount of time in this area. I'm absolutely taking pictures of all of this. Red ball, the blue door. I kind of regret not getting that old collector's edition. Thank you, Vanderbeest.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Said I wasn't going to drink today, and I might need to. The game is already commenting on essentially its own meta remake culture. Good old SDK, Source SDK. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. God. And yeah, I was checking the review to see if it was anybody I knew personally, so I can DM them afterwards and be like... Serious room. Hey, how come I can't get into the serious room? Actually, let's go check that maintenance, see if we can clear the way out.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
I think, especially for anyone here that's released a video game, if you don't already know this, maybe I'm the only person here who's playing through this the first time. Not Stanley, but this particular section. For any of you who've released a video game, I think this is about to get very fucking real.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
This is going to be the reality of releasing a fucking video game. Steam revenue.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
Oh, Steam
Stanley,
reviews.
it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh!
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, brace yourself, Bessie. We're going in. Oh. I apologize. I'm not going to try and go for a full pronunciation of your username, but Stein, watto and welcome. And, okay, I don't want to derail the game too hard, but, like, the commonalities between, like, tabletop design and video game design is fascinating. But, yeah. I had this feeling that Kimball and I were basically just going to curl up into a ball and start sharing, like, CA horror stories. And I did think this said Steam revenue instead of Steam reviews. Now it's gonna get raw. So the positive one's been rubbed out. User reviews. Let's have a look.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, fascinating. So Exo's played this on Switch, and this is called pressurized gas instead of Steam because Nintendo doesn't allow you to advertise other platforms. Fascinating.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
God, that reminds me. I need to fucking email Davey. I talked to him at GDC and I was like, yo, you need to come on the show. And he was like, alright, cool, just email me. I have not sent that email. Unitex, thank you for 43 months. Oh, we're going further in. Perios, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Damn it! You did it! You should send that email. Just saying. Alright, here we go.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. But dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Yeah, this is going to get into the real shit. Nifty Chris, how are you doing? I played both the OG mod and the PC standalone release of the Stanley Parable. This is my first run of the Ultra Deluxe, and it does not disappoint. Can I offer you any of you a crate of Steam reviews?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Welcome to the Dangerous Power. Oh, so XO, I mean, the Beginner's Guide needs no introduction. It's one of the great... basically, the Beginner's Guide, the Magic Circle, and the Hex are the 3 great games about video games. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is probably going to end up making that a quadrilogy, because originally the Stanley Parable itself wasn't... it was more a meditation on the interaction between game and user than actually talking about like the construction of games as much. Already, this has had some of the realest conversations we've had in video games for a long time, so... But, again, if you haven't played the Magic Circle or the Hex, those are also exceedingly good games. Alright, let's just walk around it first. Oh, poor guy.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
Oh,
the
wow,
minute
the
I
clock
start
is
to go off on a
screaming
thoughtless
forward.
display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it, and wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one... Stanley! Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks? I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing.
Yeah, plant's super
Would
dead.
you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close.
And XO,
because
yes.
I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's
the
what I'm
hexes,
realizing
by the
now,
same person
Stanley.
did inscription,
I'm
they're actually
realizing
connected.
that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley.
I'm
not
gonna
the
have to do it
outcome,
again.
not the
I'll have to do
story.
it again.
None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much
Plant's
time.
super dead.
I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced.
All you
my
can
entire
do is
life.
push
All of
one
it collapsed down
button!
to a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight.
But yeah, the hex is made by the same person in the description, and it is another very, very, very deep rumination on the cost, the personal cost of making video games. The Magic Circle is exceptional, and one of the reasons why Question are one of the best devs out there. Oh boy. Just seeing if he pipes up. Let's have a little trundle round. Yeah, seriously though, friends, if you need TV recommendations as well, watch Severance. Like, yo.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of our... But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleak. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad.
This is the
I'm not mad
realest
about
shit.
any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam.
Yup.
Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower
I've
are so
heard people
ironclad
have
and
breakdowns
compelling.
like this
Perhaps it was
behind
this
closed
state that they
doors.
sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down
It's
review
looped.
and make all of their pitiful demands. But then...
That is some of the realest shit I've heard in a video game in a long time. And I have met and drunk with individuals, and they have had similar rants. The Steam user review system, on the one hand, like having a way in which users can let you know if a game is good or bad, beyond the ruminations of marketing, beyond the reach of PR expenditure budgets, is good. Like, we as consumers should have a voice. But then you read Steam reviews and you go, no, we shouldn't. Consumers should not have a voice, they're assholes. Played for 2,300 hours. I cannot recommend this game in good conscience. Wet? You fucking wet? And that's... And especially for devs on the smaller end of the spectrum, where, you know, they don't have, you know, 5 to 10,000 Steam reviews. They have 15. And someone goes, I tried it, I didn't like it, thumbs down. And it's like, what? What? This is some of the realest shit I have heard in quite some time.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
So Nifty Chris, the Day 9 rant you're talking about, like the feedback is dumb and doesn't matter, is an interesting one, but that has an additional caveat to the Steam review element, which is when looking for feedback on a video game, it's all about sentiment, not opinion. So you listen to...
The great thing about the internet is anyone can have a voice. The bad thing about the internet is anyone can have a voice.
Fair. The manner in which we get that voice is very, very key. But no, so Day 9 did this big old rant about like player feedback, and he's not wrong. But the additional element from Day 9's rant that's worth taking into consideration is that you listen to the pain points but not the opinions. So if all the users have opinions that affect the inventory system, for example, then you go and you review the inventory system. What you do not do is listen to what they're saying about it. You know, if they're saying, it should be removed, it should be added, I want 2 inventory systems, I want a pony. Everything presented in direct feedback is useless. But the fact that everyone is having this pain point in the same point, that there's there's friction on that one element. That's where you spend your attention. Like a lot of devs that have the resources to do so will do heat maps of their titles so that people can kind of understand, so the developers can understand behind the scenes like where users are spending the most time and what it's resulting in. Again, I can't think of a replacement for Steam reviews that doesn't create a system where big publishers basically own the sentiment around their games. But Steam reviews are one of the worst. And, like, they're only marginally better than Metacritic user reviews, you know what I mean? Marginally, by points on a card. As time crumbles. Well, actually, so Fearless, heat maps in level design is traditionally used, was traditionally used in multiplayer maps and things like that. It's other video games that haven't started. It's been common practice now for a long time, but it was originally used for multiplayer maps, or no, that was kind of the long and short of it. And as we progressed in video game development, more teams that are not first-person shooters have started using heat maps of UIs, heat maps of exploration in titles. I mean, shit, Valve used famously, eye tracking during playtesting to create a heat map of where people are looking, not just with their camera, but also eyes as well, allowing them to see what parts of the game were obvious and things that they could move through. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it applies as much, but one of the things that I used to lament was the kind of the expansion of the comment system. That there was a time, I guess, kind of as forum tech was becoming easier and easier to implement, but kind of like mass social media, where we started adding comment section to all like articles and game sites and elements like that to try and inspire conversation. But we created this massive problem where, I mean video games as a whole, like both developers and media sites and everyone. We tried to give everybody a voice in this place, and by doing so, we created this horrible loop of not just players saying, I think, as Nifty Chris saying X, Y, or Z, but I think X, Y, and Z, and you should fix this. It wasn't that we just created an environment where everyone was expressing their opinion. It did come with expectation, and that's something that hasn't gone away. Perius, like, no, just you. You as a singular entity create that problem. Oh, this is beautiful. And down under dwarf, what, oh friend, hello, hello. Burbs. Maybe we just sit here for a second. But yeah. Now that we're moving into tribalistic communities, and now that at least newer games companies have the ability to be far more honest with their consumers, I think things are going to start getting better. You know, it's now acceptable for a brand to go, fuck off. You know, and that's going to help empower studios to reject horrible people. But on the flip side, we now live in an environment where there are far more bad actors involved. So I mean, I still think that the trend is positive. You know, more inclusivity, more people who don't look like myself getting a voice in the space is definitely helping. And, I mean, if you could see behind the scenes how much more colourful game development is getting, it really does give me hope. And yeah, you know what? I'm gonna move this thought on because it's real easy to get stuck in the darkness. Oh yeah, EXO. Wait, do you mean in this game or just in general video games? Because we absolutely have not reached the peak in games, and I love that. It's nice to be part of an art medium that's evolving, that's fresh. I love it. Oh man, Clone's dead. We could have stayed in Summerworld. We just stayed there. Well, again, this is something I'd prefer to tear into on a day where I've got a little bit more going on behind the ears. But got chatting with someone else who came from a similar video game background as myself, far more successful. But got chatting with somebody who had been one of those like community managers made into a front-facing individual. And I keep thinking about how many missteps we had during those early to mid 2000s, you know? Because Bacon Avenger mentioned this discussion makes me think of the story of Fez, which is true. And while, I mean, Phil Fish has never really been kind to me, so I don't know the guy, but he was definitely somebody that needed support and was just left at the mercy of the internet. And so, you know, whether he's a knobend or not, he was definitely left in a situation where there was no standard practice. He didn't have the means to defend himself. And because he was an individual, not a brand, he was a person, not a company, it was real easy for people to attack him directly. And, like, that sucks. Oh, button's broke. And build is... Oh! Gonna wait for that familial skip to pop on up. All right. I think I can hear an ocean around here somewhere. Check it out, friends. It's the world if we got a skip button. This is the future Steam reviews wanted. Yeah, we're in the witness now, boys! Buckle up, friends. We're going to the witness. The future's future. Future's future.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I will say though, friends, again, I know I keep saying this, but if you get the chance to watch Severance, please do, because it's brilliant. And whether it's a show you enjoy or not, it is one of the most to think how to phrase it without being Captain Von Spoilerpants. It has definitely inspired how I think about perception in video games more than anything else that I've experienced in a long time. Wait, new content? Sorry about that. So Nifty Chris, I've not gone out of my way to do any achievements specifically. Oh. I mean, it'd be rude not to.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, Vanderby says I'm only allowed to mention Severance once more this stream. Use it wisely. Well, I mean, it's the pisser about linear mediums. Is what can I do? I can say, sure, it's a show that did make me think about video games. And then you'd be like, well, Will, why did it make you think about video games? I'd be like, and I'm not saying, because that's the whole experience. And you're like, cool, you just mentioned the same show to me 3 times. With just a, I guess it's good? Okay, so we don't do the elevate. So we don't do the It's a Small World Stanley Parable edition.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Okay.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah! Fuck yes! Friends, crewmates, fellow pissheads, we've arrived.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end. Again. 427. God, I love it. Although his use of built from the ground up unsettled me a little. Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Taste the sequel. New and tasty. I'd have so many screenshots after this, which they specifically asked people not share. Oh, look. It's a production meeting. Yeah, and XO, that was the 2 in the adventure line. And it's the photo from the paintings from the previous area, but in a fancy digital frame. Alright. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. You and I. Something about sandcastles. Whatever. This is a karaoke day. Voice is still a bit shagged from screaming from sharks. Okay. They're back! 2 doors!
New Coke, taste the sequel.
2 doors, 2 bells! Ding ding! Old and busted, new hotness. Boring sections of the chart, cool reg section on the chart. This is hurting me like the new Matrix movie hurt me. More TSP, better TSP, win-win! The sequel mindshare, paradigm shifter synergy, bricks and mortar approach, envelope client-centric marketing, the colour is red! Leverage holistic value. Oh man, this is going to make me want to vomit on my own pants. Okay. Also, talking about stuff that is directly... New mug, 2 bells. Oh, here we go. Logo ideas. Oh, I've been in meetings like this. This is going to hurt me, I can tell it now. Two Stanleys. Fucking love it. Oh, fucking love it. No, the opening to the newer of the Matrix films,
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work
2
itself
bells?
out. Game
No,
development
2
is
doors.
much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh, shit. And Fearless, thank you for the 200. Sorry, you're all chucking bits in the ilk while I'm lost in this nonsense. That there, what he said, hurt me. I'm not quite sure what the sequel will be. I have a loose series of concepts, but I feel that, you know, the game will kind of spring up around it. Oh, you mean, you know, we'll find the fun after implementation. We'll find the fun. Scrum, design, pitch, break. Pitch design. Number 2 chat. Who took the red marker? Me.
Two?
Chris, thank you for the donation, friend, of $2 and 22 Stanley pence. I don't know. There's a lot of 2s around here. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. J-Post says, how accurate is this office? I mean, the exposed aircon units and flat brick was what everyone was copying, like, late 2010s. Like, I have been lucky enough to not work in a wanky plan office in, like, 1,000 years, but this was the done thing. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Ba ba ba. You are the sequel. Kaibo does make a good point. Usually it'll be rammed full of desks. Oh, this way to the show floor. All right, just make sure everybody's sitting nice and fancy. God. This is painful. The ferrying bus. Oh, so we need to go to Expo Floor 2.
Excuse me, I want to get on a new content bus.
J-Post, why is there a bus? I think it's meant to be reminiscent of the shuttles you get for like E3 conventions, or possibly the buses that some of the larger super tech companies will have to ferry people either around campus or from around the surrounding city. So, like, if you work in, like, San Francisco and places like that, there are shit tons of companies that essentially have their own fleet of buses, like, unpublic transport. Wellity, Wellity, Wellity. Stanley Parable 2.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The reassurance bucket. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh, I want to try it. Please, no screenshots. No screenshots! Alright, alright. So what have we got? We've got the jump circle, the infinite hole, the button that says the name of the player that is playing this game. Oh, I need to scan the QR code for merch. Alright. See if this works. This t-shirt is the best new feature. The end is never the end. We're going on a fucking trip today, friends. But first... welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. Taste the sequel, now in Expo Hall 2. Oh shit, there's a video! The Stanley Parable sequels and you. Like, I'm not gonna make you lot watch me watching a trailer. That's too fucking meta, even for the Stanley Parable. There's 2 yellow lines. Alright. Trailer or riot? Okay. Alright. Look, you know what? I'll bring it up on here so we can all watch it. How about that? Alright, what's the... boop, 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 boop. Okay. What do you need to know about Stanley, Parable, sequels, and you? Alright, coming over to main screen. Alright, hopefully this isn't super loud. But this is the QR code.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular.
Fuck!
New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable.
Wow!
But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity.
Gregory
is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts
Get me the
into
big
reality.
axe. It's time for
example,
murder.
He's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off.
I'm
But
gonna
the
drown you with my own hands, Greg!
Work on the
You
game
fuck!
can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game, and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination.
Ah!
Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work.
Fuck
Don't
you, Greg.
Move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable ULTRA DELUXE. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
Fucking Time Dracula.
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh, shit. Holy fuck! How is anyone else supposed to make a fucking video game? How is that? That's just... As soon as they did, and this person's the idea guy, and I'm like, you fucking bastards. Trailer or fever dream? You decide. You decide! I need to go get some water, and I need to fucking breathe. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then we can either hang out with the button that says our name, or the reassurance bucket. I will let your lovely selves choose. We're gonna do both. But... I just... Yeah, and Dorchester, they hid that on a website. They must... Like, the planning to this was a whole... Oh. Okay. Everybody, let's take 2. And just fucking breathe. And then we'll go from there.
2 take 2.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. Fucking yo. Alright, I've kind of recovered from that just assault of brilliance. Dorsia says it's going to end up requiring multiple streams. I think you're right. But I don't know enough, nor do I want to know enough yet to know how that structure is. Oh. And we're not doing the baby ending. We're not doing... We almost got stuck at 4 hours of... Okay. So looking back in... Okay, so it looks like Button got most votes, but then we'll check out the bucket after. Zeke. Feckin' terror. Shark-wielding bad word. I finally... recovered from the very, very shark-flavored Saturday. Oh, that wiped me out.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Try every door. It's the will philosophy. Alright, so we've only just gotten to this particular section, so I don't know any of the Name. Everyone's got one. Hear yours today. Don't know what I'm expecting here.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name
Fuck you,
Jim.
button.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Man, Jim's not doing so
Do you
good.
feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Jim,
If
Jim,
so, then
Jim,
please
Jim.
step forward and press the button.
Alright, is everyone ready to be Jim? Because there's a lot of Jim going on right now. Alright, do you feel it? Do you feel it in your bones?
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
What a thrill! Jim Meter! Sorry, that came out weird. It's just...
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. On the one hand, lol, we're all Jim. On the second hand, how many of you played Fallout 4 and how it would pronounce certain, like, usernames? Pronounce certain first names.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Boo! The Jim button was my favourite ending. Alright, so next up, a bucket. Because that was the other one voted.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Do not buy this game if you are not Jim. Okay, the reassurance bucket, office decorations, the infinite holes.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Yeah.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Can you imagine playing this game if your name was actually Jim? Yes. And Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for gifting a sub. Though I've noticed you gifted a sub to Fred Durst. And what is it? It is not Friday, which means it's not Fred Durst Friday, which does mean, Jackie, that you have broken Limp Bizkit Protocol, which has been in place since the launch of the Dreamcast, as signed by Fred Durst. And Caffeine, what, oh friend, how goes it?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
All right!
All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty maniacal laugh, I won't lie. I'm more unsettled now than anything.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
And remember, friends, Mr. Bucket told me so. Whole new office, red's the new theme, updated, ray traced, more of the same but in a good way, sequel. The jump circle in the infinite hole. Okay, can we just take a moment to appreciate that Jump Circle in the Infinite Hole was like the best prog rock band name of all time. Ooh, an epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Free, new and easy achievement. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. Collectibles. Settings World Champion. Infinite Hole, the free achievement. What's a Settings World Champion? Aww. Well, Caffeine, I hope you're feeling better, mate. Darn it! Let's go get a free and easy achievement. Why does that look like a... Why does that look like I'm going to get kidnapped and murdered? Free achievement just this way. Oh, we've still got 24 jumps remaining. It recorded. Oh, wait. Settings. World Champion. Settings. Transition labels, color settings. Am I missing? I feel like there's some... Transition, content warnings. Okay.
This is the story of...
Let's hope it gives more. It might be under video. Settings. World Champion. Interesting. To every available... Okay, so move everything from 1 to 100. Alright, let's bust out the mouse for this one. What? What? Oh. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, 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 pow. Alright, so we got the other one, so... Pow! Pow, 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 pow. Oh wait, mouse skips. Okay, so I've got to do like a... I've actually got to do a smooth maneuver. Oh yes, and there's all of the additionals. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. All right. So far, so good. There we go. It was just the simplified controls. Alright, Settings World Champion has been unlocked. Done it! Great job!
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well,
I can tell you in
I haven't
great
quite
detail.
figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
You did it! Great job! You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. This was made for you. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Ah! Settings. World champion. Aparios, I'm pretty sure we can get a couple of bumpscosity going. I mean, I've got 1,000 bumpscosity, so you can help yourself. You can have 4 if you'd like. I'm not stingy. I want to get a couple of jumps in, though.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
God, this game is glorious. Oh shit! All right, let's have a look at the guide. So we are here, at number 5. So the jump circle's behind us. The button that says the name of the person playing this game. Free achievements down the hall. The reassurance bucket we've just acquired, along with the Settings World Champion. Office decorations is in 3. Epilogues around the corner. Collectibles is just behind us. And the infinite hole, and then exit. Let's go check out collectibles. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Ooh. Not what I was expecting.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This is reminding me a little bit too much of Outer Wilds. I swear to God, if I get jumped by a fucking owl right now, I'm gonna lose my shit. Cool, this is fucking haunting. You found it! Yay! What? Abject darkness is still in there. Let's see if I can use this to navigate. Oh no, that's shot up to us. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, so Kindball, do you want me to hit the void next? Did the jump circle? Oh, definitely not heading to the exit. So where's the void? Oh, there we go. The infinite hole. Oh, that was the decorum display. All right. It's all right, Kindball. I got you. Like, you know, it's the old thing. This isn't just about me playing. This is about us playing it together. Depth. Infinite. Whole inference. Infinity. Fucking hell. It just keeps going!
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, don't like that. I'm gonna go check upstairs first. That's a little too much SCP right there. And Deus, what, ho friend? Hello, hello. Alright, I can't go upstairs. We coward! If ever there was going to be a shark in the Stanley Parable, it's going to be right the fuck now. Deus, what, oh friend? Hello, hello. No, Alnus, remember, we killed the baby. I looked at his dead, cold eyes.
Get on with it and jump in your numpty Viking 64 pride.
Okay. Parkour, parkour!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press Y to return to the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, alright. Honestly,
Stanley,
just take a little
I don't know
snooze and
quite how to
freefall.
say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
That is
then
some
go ahead and
proper
press the
marketing
teleport
speak.
button to warp up to the top of the hole. And we can
Infinite
move on. I'll just be
possibilities.
up here
Not
when you're
actually
ready.
infinite. Infinite number of guns created. Not actually infinite.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Fearless. That's really fucking kind of you, dude. Thank you for gifting us sub with this. Oh, lordy, lordy. Yeah, no, that made me jump. I'm just going to hang out here for a bit longer. Meeting at 2 p.m. No, but the whole thing of like designers getting incredibly excited about a conceptual feature and then pointing out that no, the users will do this, and then be like, no user would ever do this. Spoiler, they always do. Like the opening monologue from the Magic Circle. Tiny little psychopaths. The answer Poe. The answer being yes.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Sir!
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
You know I'm jumping back in, right? From fear to whee!
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
All right.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes,
Sir?
but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Wow.
Oh, well, that's unsettling. Yeah, I don't have jumps. Oh, shit. Hold me, bucket! Hold me! Do I? To change your perspective. Alright, let's see if there's any other perceptions. Oh, don't like that. That's bad. Also bad. Yeah, Alnus, we never left the club.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer
Press T to talk.
using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're.
This is definitely getting creepier. I'm gonna try changing my reality a little. Nope, don't like that! Sup, skeletons? Puppies! I'm trying to find puppy appropriate. No, stop being creepy! I've been sleeping in the club! I just need that fat club beat to just drop now. Look, alright, some of us missed the club, okay? This is the closest we're gonna get to going back. I'm sorry, I just need to send a message to someone real quick. Claymation Stanley. I think Cartoon Stanley might work, but we'll keep going.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
This is payback
and
for
I'm
skip
looking
button.
forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
This is just like the club, again. I'll remember this, you piece of shit. We found Puppy Land. I was going to find us another banging tune.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
You heard Jim in the game. You heard Jim. Is the button back? Let's see if we can smash it a few more times with the bucket. I missed the club now. Wait, is there anybody here who doesn't know what we're talking about when we mention the club? Because I think we kind of partially mentioned it earlier, but you know, peeps coming in, peeps coming out. And I will indulge any excuse to talk about that wonderful piece of internet surrealness. We do have a bucket.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Okay, Kimball, hopefully the rest of the VODs prove to be very entertaining, and As much as I'm trying not to have too many ongoing games right now, I think we're going to have to spend another day on this. And we're going to have to. There's no way I can leave this alone. Okay, and Zeke was saying they don't know what we're talking about with the club. Okay, so the club was a weird online group community noise thing. Also, the bucket's painted now, which is weird. And it was put together by Crows. Kind of like as a fun community engagement thing. Yeah, it was at the club.zone. And oh, here we go. Just like the balloons. It came to a close really as kind of like the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe were starting to really ramp up because they couldn't maintain it. But it was this bizarre, wonderful, like, group music experience blended with this hidden, super hardcore, like, first-person puzzle platformer. It's fucking brilliant. Get well someday, or happy 12th birthday, step-niece. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Thank you, mate. Yeah. Just remember, friends, if you're in the club and you see a ghost, go ahead. It's a ghost. But yeah, we hosted a bunch of parties. We hosted a bunch of parties in the club, and it was feckin' great.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
All right. If you're sure. So what have we got? We got the free and easy achievement. We can return to the hole. I want to see the puppies again. Alright, free and easy achievement. Let's go. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Actually, so Fred, I'm way ahead of you. If you check my my Steam profile, I've not only played through all 3 of the re-releases of The Last Stand on Steam, but I've gotten every achievement. Turns out that a youth spent living on Newgrounds basically muscle memory trained me how to play those games. I actually haven't finished Aftermath in its entirety, but not because I haven't enjoyed it, just because of like hours in a day. But Aftermath's a very, as roguelikes go, it's really interesting. Really fresh as well. Alright. Test achievement, unachieved. Pull the lever.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken.
God damn it!
I'm not a wizard, Stanley. But I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel, to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feat. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Can't believe he's done this. I feel like if I can just jam the bucket in there somehow, you know? Oh yeah, okay, God Dusty, it was a good point. The bucket was red because of the reflections. This shifty little back alley. Shenanigans.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We did the jump circle. Still got 20 jumps remaining. Daughter's like, but if you jam the bucket in, you might harm the bucket. The bucket lives to serve. The bucket's greatest honor is to help us achieve glory. seen yet? There was epilogue. I guess it was the exit. Okay. On the infinite hole, it now says, fine, it ended. Let's go poke the infinite hole again. Lol. It's got right fancy reflections. Oh, darn it! And I guess exit through the gift shop, right? Because we had a look at the epilogue. We've done merch, free achievement button that says the name. Settings world champion. Office decorations. Epilogue collectibles in the infinite hole. Yeah, I think this is it.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I mean, I think we've seen everything. Now we're into legit new content. I don't have anything clever or smart to add. This game's already batting for 1,000. And the sections where they added additional content to the old stuff was impressive, to say the very least. Also, this kind of reminded me of that... was it Bossa? Oh, please, no screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
All right.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. Begin the game. Wait, I'm pretty sure we played this and can control. Alright. We ready to do this for reals now? Okay, down under dwarf, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Eat well, sleep well.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427
Stein,
and he pushed
thank you for the
buttons
follow.
on the keyboard.
Usually I'm a lot
Orders
more
came to him through a monitor
deconstructy
on
when we're
his
talking about
desk,
great
telling
games
him
like
what
this.
buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what
But,
employee 427
I mean, what is there for me to
every
add to
day
something as good
of
as this,
every
right?
month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right, let's go play with some balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yay! We are taking the bucket, right? Oh, sorry, roped off. Make sure to save power. Come, bucket friend. We have much work to do.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
There was no way I was going to be able to leave the bucket behind.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Andorf, you heard what you wanted to hear there. Do not put your weird bad juju on me. No. Okay. Question. Do we repeat what we did earlier, which is follow all instructions and then start breaking the system and see what the additional changes are? I think that wouldn't be too bad. But if you have any recommendations... Because, I guess for... Oh yeah, we're keeping going with the bucket for certain. So... Dusty's like, no comment. Fair, fair. Alright, so we're going to follow the same pattern we did from earlier. So we're going to follow the instructions...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Ah!
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
You know what, Dusty? That's fair. And now, Broom Closet Ending Remix.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealous, it's as clear as day.
Ah!
This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
Oh.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard
This
it
is
must
so
be,
good!
given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
You
Your
bastards!
relationship is purely superficial and convenient. That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
By the old gods and the new.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Okay.
Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Property of Stanley. Oh, my life.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
My life. Oh, my life.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket. But now, the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Broom closet ending is the best ending. The broom closet ending was my favourite. And yet. See, the first time I encountered this broom closet, Fred, I was told specifically by the narrator to not spend time here. And so I went out of my way in the pettiest manner possible. But now we have a friend with us. A well-designated sticker-based friend. God, this game is a treasure.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What ho, Vikings? What's this?
This is a bucket. Dear God. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to
Stanley
savor
was told
each
this
and
sub was
every
important.
moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
By the old gods and the new. So, Lyris, Watto and welcome. Thank you for 200. And Ghost Reaper, thank you for 18 months. God. Why do you lot put up with me? I do not know. I do not know. We found our first collectible! Yay! Make sure to explore for them all.
Stanley was given 1,000 bits to do what he wanted with.
Stanley's a lucky bloke. Jeez, Ghost Reaper, thank you. That's fucking $10 to keeping the lights on. Thank you sincerely. No, sorry. That's kind of throwing me for a little bit of a loop there. Thank you kindly. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. I did not expect that. You did. Well, thank you. I don't. We haven't hit the elevator yet, Lizzie. We're just on. We haven't made it into the boss's room.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk, nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Not that anyone is surprised, but this is absolutely 100% giving me Frog Fractions flashbacks, you know? The Hat DLC.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Oh, anyway, so... Ghost... Okay, now I can go back up. Ghost, if you'd have to pop on out, have a lovely rest of your day, and just thank you again. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. Between this game being...
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay. Guinea pigs, stop fighting.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Yeah, Ghost Reaper, who did throw that discombobulation grenade? I guess we'll never know. Anyway, if you're ready, let's get going.
Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Spoiler, I have a lot of patience for number 3. You know what they say, comedy comes in tens, right? Doesn't seem to have changed anything. Okay. Okay, we can head back down. I've pushed enough 3. Which seems like, I don't know. It seems like a phrase I should apologize for saying out loud.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Fuck yeah! I have patience on my side.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
Bucket can't count to 3.
He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Why do you lot continue to support my nonsense? I had contentedly, mashed that button.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Still there. Once more with feeling. Once more with feeling! Mash that number 3. Let's go.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. Stanley Parable, Stanley, tonight, live on stage.
Excuse me, Mr. Stanley, they're ready for you behind... They're ready for you in the green room.
To stage. 33.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
The sign says, "Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers." 3 again. 3, that's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly 3-dimensional character. 3 again, the Stanley story. God, this is good. It's alright, friends. We're going to do it. We're going to finally convey what the number means. Doing great! Conversations with Alexander the Great. All
There was
right.
no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Fuck! What the fuck?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Holy fuck, that went dark. Oh look, it's got stickers on. I feel like we should be... Oh, interesting. And there's no... There's a... Okay. Sorry, there was a rope there to stop us kind of like skipping around it. So I guess now we know the bucket's there. By the old gods and the new. That was a whole fucking... That was a whole fucking thing! It's that thing, you never know what direction this whole thing's gonna...
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Try the white void ending with the bucket. God, I cannot remember how to get many of them. I mean, shit, all we did earlier on today was... We did the full instruction... We did, like, the total rebellion, and we did the total... compliance, but none of the extra variations. So I'm going to try full rebellion again and see what pops out from that.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I know it's almost like we're getting additional bucket director's commentary. Yeah, here we go. This is the place.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
So the thing is, we could try procking the baby, or we could just follow the cargo lift through. Because earlier on today, we did the one that procs the babies where you jump off here. We didn't go up this way. Take it.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Let's see how this
He was
plays
firmly
out.
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, there's nowhere to be going. Except for, like, throwing ourselves down. This is bad.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
It's fine. The bucket's
This
talking.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket's watching telly. Does anyone want a cup of tea just while the bucket's getting through their stories? Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
This seems fine. Sorry, I just noticed Ben's riff on, how's the game going? It's fine. It kind of pales in comparison to the original. Oh, this is the...
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to him, Bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Don't listen to him!
The Stanley Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion bucket will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion bucket does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to
disregard its advice. I don't know. Bucket's saying...
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Fuck it! Let's get weird!
It's sad, I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press up to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press up to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
And hookshot, what, oh friend? Press up to go home to work, to home to work, to home to work.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Are we gonna fuck the bucket? Apparently so! Alright, avert your eyes, children. It's gonna get sexy.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
I did not! Andorf, I did not! Oh, I should have gotten the bucket. Welcome to the room of 1,000 buttons. Whee! Buttons. I forget how we've got to mash. Buttons. If you could only push one button the entire time. Andorf, they are absolutely singing buttons. The truth of video game is that it's all button. It's always been buttons. Ah, they don't stay depressed. Crap, I forget what you have to do in here. Apart from just enjoy the buttons. Welcome to the room of so very many buttons. Is anyone else going completely into space right now? Like I'm being lulled into this special button frenzy. Just kind of want to hit all the LimeWire buttons. It's egg on my face for not bringing the bucket in here. I saw it, I pushed the button because I was not thinking. Grandpa, what's LimeWire? Well, sometimes when you wanted your PC to be absolutely riddled whilst trying to download a Linkin Park Simpsons mashup. Oh, Stein, you're right. The office door does close when you leave, so I wouldn't have been able to get the bucket back here. I think from here we just begin the game again, though. But I wonder if there is a... Okay, yeah.
How wonderful.
Yeah.
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. All right, let's go to the meeting room. I mean, I'm tempted to leave the bucket here because they're kind of creeping me out a little bit, but, you know, friends forever.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Me and Bucket. So, we're going to go heck the birds, then to the meeting.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So we're going to go to the... Oh... We're going to go right, but then head back to the meeting room before we start fecking up.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah. If you ever want an explanation of LimeWire, Weird Al, Grandma got run over by a reindeer.mp3.exe. I'll just...
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
So there is a, was it an object finders meeting at the meeting room? So we could check that, or we can say heck it and push the red button. Let's push the red button. Let's be jokes.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the fuck is this?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet, because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
What do you think about this broom closet? The broom closet was silent. Yeah, so this is a fucking intervention. A bucket intervention. Giant baby still creeps me out. Alright, the Adventure Line wants to take us on a jaunt.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I got spun round.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh. Once again, friends, the commentary of, like, the process of sequels versus... Oh, this is going places. I mean, okay, and again, I'm not surprised by that. It's just... Whew. Oh. I know I'm not the only one, but I think we're all going to be digesting this for a long time.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh,
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Oh,
surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I think this game is just designed to hurt anybody that's ever
Bucket
made it.
Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Just that whole thing of him screaming, it's what the fans want. It's what the fans want. The fans demand it. That's just done me a damage. So I tell you what, friends. We're going to have to come back to this. And that's okay. I have not been mentally drained by a game like this in quite some time. So, you know what? I knew it would happen. I knew we would reach a point with this game where there would probably be more than we would get into a day. But, oh boy. Oh boy. And honestly, I think the sequel site was what slew me. And I'm impressed that I kept going, you know? Holy fuck. Video games! Fucking yo. Okay, no, you know what? I am beat. I am broken. This game is phenomenal. It's exceedingly real. On a level that, like, I don't know how much of it translates to people that haven't worked in video games, especially ones that have had sequels. C-Trip2 says I get to go back and watch the skip button ending. It's heavy. It's very heavy. But it's rad. God. Okay, friends, I'm just gonna roll credits. I'm sure there's some cool people currently streaming that I can pass you over to. But I am undone. I am undone. Fucking yo. And you're right, Dorcas, we've got to return. We've almost been put in a situation where we've gotta. I'm gonna need to digest what we've played already before I'm even, like, yeah. Well, and Stein, once I've had a chance to kind of, like I said, digest a little bit more of this, I'll have something, like, maybe meaningful to add. But so much more so than the original, it's simultaneously the realest shit and hilarious and surreal and, batting for 1,000. Like, there are so many little bits of this that hit like a dump truck in ways I did not expect. It's like the absolute honesty of it. Like the rawest feckin' realities of the feelings of making video games. The stuff about the Steam reviews alone, I could wax lyrical for days. Anyway, so I'm going to run credits. For Stein and people that only found us today, I do this for a living. So when peeps chuck in like bits and donations and stuff, that's literally what pays my rent and lets me, you know, buy a feckin' Sony. So I'm going to be saying a lot of thank yous. And then I'm going to go and stare at a fucking wall for the next 2 hours. But no, and to that end, all of you, like, this is the third video thing I have done on a Stanley Parable game, and the second one we've done here on twitch.television. And oh boy, like, friends, you can go in the clips here on Twitch and look up the ones from the Stanley Parable PC that we did. Oh boy. Sadly, the mod stuff was never recorded, but that is what it is. But no, to all of you, thank you so much for today. Oh boy, I'm need to go lie down. Nifty Chris, firstly, thank you for the donations. Donations go straight into PayPal, so that means that it's pretty much just used for paying for groceries, keeping our dumbasses alive. To Bacon Avenger, Ghost Reaper, Favor 6 Vanderbeest, Stammering Gamer, Kimball, J-Post, all the people under the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Lyris Dragon, Down Under Dwarf, Fearless Sun, Rhymes with Moose, and Wolfcrad, thank you for the bits. Still biggest part of keeping us going, and I'm so fucking thankful for that. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Pow, and Rhymes with Moose. 3 out of 4, not too feckin' shabby! And we had... Okay, I'm very sure that... Rakatanjo Stein? No, I killed it. Is a new and interesting person that I'm hoping we get to chat with in the future. I feel the others might be bots, so we'll look into that. But to Alnus, Big Brew Heron, Wolfcrad, Spence Matt, The Man, Torcuno, Unitax, Fred Durst, Deus Jay-Z, and Ghost Reaper, whether you were tagged with subs or celebrating long sprees, thank you so much. And Imperios, dude, thank you for bringing your crew in. Hookshot, you're not meant to tell people you're a bot. That defeats the whole purpose. You know, you're supposed to convince everybody that you're human. That's how we pass the Turing test. Sorry. J-Post, thank you for 100 on top of that. Dorchus, are we not all bots in the grand scheme of the universe? Are we not just merely buckets and bucket grinders? God. What if Stanley Parable ends up being like video game Shakespeare? Just... And Lyris, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Of course I watched DS9! Although weirdly, a lot of people are watching DS9 for the first time recently, so I've been kinda somewhat stoned. But that's another story, friends. That's another story. Right. So, friendos, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I am going to pass you over to the man-eating sock. Oh, it's the Klingon coffee. So it's a stein of Klingon coffee. All right. Thank you for explaining it. I'm dyslexic as all hell, so especially like phonetic spellings of Klingon are going to just turn into... Hookshot says, I will stay here. Watch me. No, I'm passing you to the man-eating sock. And then you can't get me. You can't get me anymore. You gotta wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Hades. I don't know quite how far off we are of the end of Hades, but we're definitely chipping away close. And then Thursday, Anacrusis, Sea of Thieves on Saturday, and we're gonna be playing Biomutant on Saturday because I really want to have a pick at that. But also, I'll be doing the Perun voice for the whole day. So basically, Perun gets to be a kung fu rodent. I felt that would be a thing he'd be down for. Hello, my name is Perun, and I'm about to learn the martial art of eating some lettuce and kicking ass. But I'm going to pass you over to the man-eating sock, who is literally a sock. I feel like things can't get more surreal from this point, so... but anyway, friends, thank you for a cracking day. Yeah, I'm gonna just digest what we've seen so far. I can go from there. Anyway, whatever you get up to, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow for Hot Gods. Yeah. I'm gonna go stand in the shower now. Just like, I'm just going to 1,000-yard stare and chew on a bar of soap. Alright, friends. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow. To be continued.